Hello, everyone, and welcome to more Mine Colonies. At this point, it might as well just be its own mod pack because I've edited and changed things enough times. Wow, I didn't actually need as much dirt as I thought I did. But honestly, I kinda don't really care. like, the amount of modifying that I've done, it doesn't really bother me. I want to get to, I think, 11. Is this another 21? 23. Oh. So in that case, I probably want 12, yeah? What? This must have been remnants of the supply camp that I just missed. And then once again, we want to go out to 11. And then, of course, here we would want to go out to 12. Cool. Very cool. That should help with some of the lighting around here. I don't know how many of these torches are torches that were any of the torches that are inside. I don't know how many of them are torches that were part of the structure. You know? So I do have the resource list still from yesterday for upgrading the residence there. So I might go ahead and do that. Oh, barracks. That's right. I forgot that I had that started. Cool. And it is over here? Yes. Right over here. Cool. Whoops. I forgot that doesn't stick around if you switch. How long is it? 21? So we want to go to 11 again. Right here. And that's 20. So what would be a good way to split up an even set? Maybe every 5? We do 5, and then we do 5, And we do 5, and then that gives us technically 5 before that. It's good enough. And then we want to go out to 11 here. And then we can do the same thing here. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that should be good enough. I definitely need to fill this area in. So let's go get some dirt for that. I don't know that we have anybody to work in the barracks directly right now because of the fact that I don't know that we have any extra colonists that are unemployed. Gonna need a lot of dirt, I think, to fill that area in. I'd rather have too much than not enough, so. But I might bring my horses over to the barracks. Because they'll probably be easier. Like, I can probably store them here in the barracks better. And then they'll be, you know, kind of out of the way and all. Yeah, and there's Constance. Now, the barracks tower. I have to build this, I think, in order to actually get any people to work here. 1 barrel, 3 ladders, 43 birch logs. That's not too bad. Alright. I forgot that there is no people, that there are no builders close enough to where I built this thing. I should consider fixing that by adding another builder. I am just a little uncertain where to put them at current. Also, I know I've been doing a lot of Minecraft lately. Hopefully people aren't too annoyed by that. Like I said in my going live notification, though, like, I just wanna work on my colony, you know? There's something about Minecolonies, and I don't know what it is. But if a mod pack includes Minecolonies, I enjoy playing that pack way more than pretty much any other pack. Just because, I don't know, Minecolonies is fun, you know? Constance needs barrels and ladders. Interesting to start with those, but that's what she wants. But we'll just give her everything that she needs, because that would just be easier. Birch slab. Birch log. Ladder. And barrel. And if I dump that in here, that should automatically send over via courier. That said, he's not supposed to be asking for fertilizer. So I find that weird that Ruben keeps asking for compost. But it is what it is, I guess. Also, I am using a different program for my avatar today. So people will have to tell me what they think of it. Let's see, what research do we have? I still need the mine, and I still need the forester. So I do need to actually build both of those. Shield usage. Shield usage would be good. Taunt would also be good. I'm not entirely sure what the library and the school offer. Like I've built them, but I've never really like understood what they did. So there's that. Let me think. I do need to build the mine. I was thinking I had already set up a place for it, but I guess not. Like, I'm looking around going, I don't see a spot for it. You know, I haven't built it yet. So maybe I never did. Like, obviously I still have the mine here in my inventory. But like, I thought I had already like determined a spot for it and I just hadn't placed it down. But I guess not. Yay! Barracks is constructed. I think I'll put it here next to the university. I don't know about building it here because I think any, like, caves are gonna be waterlogged. I think I need to build it on this side. But I'd still be worried about waterlogged caves. Even then. What could be done is if I were to upgrade this residence to level 2, then I could have the miner live there. And then maybe I could then put the mine here. That could work. One, two, three, four, five. And I think this would be a good place for it. Perhaps. It is a little big. Like, I have to knock down some of the stuff up there. This goes out 4 blocks, and it looks like it goes 2 blocks up there. If that is the case, yeah, then I can move it this way by 1. And then there'll be 3 blocks in each direction. But I definitely will still need to go through and clean up some of this area. Oh, apparently that did count as a tree because there was 1 leaf. I did not expect that. I will mark the location of it down here. Like that. Is this actually the front of it over here? I would assume that the front would be where the opening is. And it looks like the opening is over here. So I guess I need to rotate it. And then when we look at it level 5, which is the full size, we can see it'll look like this. Or rather like this. You know, when it's complete anyway. But yeah. I have to, you know, dig out the area up here. I guess the best way would just be to do exactly that. Like, instead of trying to like flatten all of this at once, you know, like start at the parts that I need and then kind of work from there. All right. Those didn't count as a tree afterwards. But like right here, you know, is where I need to like dig through. And of course, you know, there's always utilizing Ultimine a little bit as well to help out. And then now we have this area marked out. And it's kind of just a matter of, you know, digging out the rest of it, really. But that at least, you know, gets it marked out, basically. that said, I have been watching some of the reactions to the new Star Fox, and one of the reactions that confuses me that I've seen is the reactions to the new voice lines. Whoops. Apparently I did not have that dug all the way down to this level. Okay. Well, I appear to now be in some sort of cave. So that's interesting. But no, so, oh my gosh, I fell down the same freaking hole. So one of the things that I have been seeing people, you know, kind of reacting to is like, and I saw this happen with the Lunar remaster as well. Because where like people aren't like looking, you know, aren't like looking at, you know, the new voice lines and like, you know, reacting to like how good they are. They're simply reacting to the fact that they're different. And like it's not about like, oh, you know, this like version of the voice line is like better. It's like the line is different, therefore it is bad. You know, the inflection is different than the way that like the original VAs did it. You know, and it like interests me that like this kind of reaction is going on, simply because like as an autistic person, I struggle to deal with change. You know, change is scary. Change is not fun. You know, often change can feel really bad. And like, I understand, you know, as an autistic person, I have difficulty dealing with change. And yet, one of the things that I don't have any issues with in regarding, you know, these remasters, right? Like the Lunar remaster or the Star Fox remaster now. Like, one of the things that I legitimately have no problem with is the fact that they're completely different from the original. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. And so it begs the question to me, you know, like, if as a neurodivergent person that has difficulty with change, like, why is it that I cannot be bothered in the slightest by these, like, voice, but by these changes? And yet, I, like, look and, like, neurotypical, I think that's the term, right? Like, neurotypical people are being like, I can't deal with the change, And I'm like, that just, it's so weird to me. Because, and perhaps it's just that I don't understand, like, being neurotypical. Again, hopefully I'm using the right term there. Because I can't think of another word for it. So I'm hoping that's the right term and not something, bad. But, like, I find myself confused how I have no issues with it, but other people have, like, such a huge issue with it. Like, for me, all I had to do to be good with the new voices was just the moment I walked into the game, I was like, yeah, it's gonna be different. Like, I went in with that expectation, and that was, like, that was it, Like, I just knew that going into these things, that things were going to be different, and to not try to compare, like, right away. And in doing so, I never had any issues. And I feel confused. I feel confused by the fact that I, a neurodivergent person, seem to be handling a lot of these changes better than people who are not neurodivergent. Of course, nobody's, here, so nobody can answer that, but... But I do, understand, like, yesterday I had like 12 viewers, which was purely because I was playing Star Fox. If I hadn't been playing Star Fox, I would have had like 2 people, like usual, at most. So, and like, that's not a stab at my viewers or anything, to be clear. Like, that's just what happens. And so it just kind of sucks, really, that I can like know that I can know that I'm not gonna get like any viewers today. So that's all, I guess. In fairness, even though I had a lot of viewers yesterday, like, nobody like talked the entire stream. So even if I had the same like set of viewers today, it wouldn't change the fact that I would like get no communication, Which is, sad, but is true. The problem that the issue that I have with getting viewers is the lack of any like streamer friends. Like, Twitch is more or less at the point now where if you're not an established streamer already, you have to like collab with established streamers if you want like viewers. Just because, that's just the way it is. Like, people already have the streamers that they like. Twitch has been around for years now. And so, like, everybody who is on Twitch watching streams, like, they already have their, like, set of viewers that they want to watch. And so nobody's really, like, looking for anybody new. Unless, you're looking for, like, 18 plus content on here. Then yes. I'm sure there's plenty of people who are on the hunt for new watch, for new people to watch. Which, Twitch doesn't technically allow that kind of stuff. They do, but they don't technically allow that kind of stuff. They have the ability to point and say, look, we don't. And legally they can, you know, stand by that. Doesn't mean doesn't change the fact that they do allow that kind of stuff. But in a court of law, they would be able to stand up and say, no, we don't. Because they do have the rules. You know, that they have the rules written out in such a way that they are just obscure enough that they can get away with allowing that sort of content while also being able to say no, they don't to the legal systems. Which, I mean, yeah, it's total bullcrap, you know? But that doesn't change the fact that it's true. So... how we got on all that, I have no idea. It's whatever in the end. I had that the other day with one of my nephews. We were talking about something, and I could not tell you for the life of me what it was. But we were just sitting there chatting, and I said something along the lines of, like, they sound a lot like my original character. And, like, I assume we were talking about, like, a character of his. Just because all of my family is pretty, like, creative. And so, like, we have just tons of, like, original characters and stuff like that. So, like, I assume we were talking about something like that. Because I made the comment of, like, oh, that character sounds a lot like, you know, this original character of mine. And then I, like, explained their whole, like, backstory and everything. And, like, talked about them. And then we both kind of like stopped afterwards and kind of thought about it, and we're like, neither of us has any clue how we got on that subject. And it was really funny. It was just like, we both kind of just sat back and were like, how did we, like, get on this again? And we both were just like, I don't know. Short-term memory loss. I swear it runs in the family. Because it just, I don't know, it just seems kind of ridiculous just how often, like, everyone in my family is just like, I don't know, like, where this conversation even started or where it's going, you know? Oh yeah, this is the place where I mined all that gravel, isn't it? I remember that now. I was like, wow, there's a lot of, like, there's like, you know, a lot of like random water. But yeah, this is that place where I mined like all the gravel. From my coarse dirt. So. But it should hopefully mean that we shouldn't have any issues. With like underwater caves in this area. Oh, right. There was that wolf that got locked up on accident. I don't even remember where they are, but they're somewhere in here. Like, they're like right here, I think. Based off the mini-map, they're somewhere back there. Because they like... Because I was like... clearing out the area. And like the... Like I had dug too far back. And so I was like trying to refill that area in. But then there was a wolf and it got in the way. And I couldn't get it out. And so I ended up just putting blocks around it. I remember making the comment, like, somebody will comment about the fact that I just freaking, like, sealed that dog away inside of a 1-block space. Nobody did, because, you know, I don't get comments. Because nobody knows that I exist on YouTube. But it's still funny to think about, you know? that someday I might be like digging to expand the colony, and I'll just find a wolf that got locked behind the freaking, you know, dirt there. And we will laugh and laugh and laugh. Oh boy. I think that's the line in Portal. Congratulations, you win. You can come back now. It is really cool though, playing the original Portal and then like jumping into the second one afterwards and seeing the like sheer difference in GLaDOS between like games. Because, you know, she's extremely robotic in the original Portal. But right at the end there, when you like remove her cores, she like becomes really lucid and begins to talk like more human. And then in Portal 2, that carries over, and like immediately when you start like talking to her, she's like very lucid and like kind of human talk, you know? She's able to, you know, kind of talk in like a human way. And it's like, yes, because we freaking removed the cores that were like making her robotic, basically. 17 would be... nine. So there should be 8, yes. And is this another 17? No, this is 18. So that's slightly annoying. Because 18 does not divide evenly. I guess I could do like 6. Like every 6. Yeah. And then, of course, because it's even and you can't really divide it evenly, you get, you know, you get an extra one here, but you are also getting an extra over here as well. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so this is 7, and then that's 7, and then this is the only spot. Like, there's like 5 here. You know? There's like 7, 5, 7, 5, 7, you know? So if you like actually kind of, you know, pay attention to exactly like where we placed everything. Anyway, the point is that that's kind of the best we can do. In terms of like fitting in the torches. Might as well go ahead and do this. I was gonna say, am I really out of dirt? Like, I can't say that I'm surprised with how much we used earlier. So, you know, I kind of want to just clear this whole area. I know I don't have the dirt for it. Not on me anyway. But it's fine. You know? There is enough light here, so I'm not too worried. But also, I suppose I could just do a little like that. And that'll give me some dirt, you know? This is one having a builder's wand would be really helpful. And I don't know that I would consider this, you know, lazy placement like I usually tend to refer to, you know, builder's wand usage as. But also, there is a degree of like, I probably shouldn't, you know, consider builder's wand usage like lazy, you know, block placement anyway. You know, that's just kind of how I've always viewed it. But there is a degree of like, I probably shouldn't think of it that way. Because a lot of the times when I think about like when I would use a builder's wand, like people would probably be, you know, like other people would probably be like, well, isn't that just lazy placement? And it's like, well, I mean, you know, very possible. I could see where people could consider it that, even if I don't. But, like, if I can't defend that position of being like, well, this isn't lazy placement because, you know, then, like, do I really have the ability to even, like, claim what is or isn't lazy placement, you know? Anyway, it is what it is. Okay. The mine. I suppose I need to tell the builders to start working on this. 9 framed birch plank, 18 coarse dirt, 27 stripped birch log, 7 birch slab, 6 birch plank, 83 cobblestone, 26 birch fence, 3 ladders, and 94 dirt. And ultimately, the 94 dirt just comes into play with, like, where the dirt blocks were in, like, the structure. So what I think I'll do is, instead of supplying 94 dirt, I will just put down some dirt. I have to go get more dirt. And it'll let me empty my inventory a bit too, since I have all this cobblestone. I don't even know if I can, like, fit all of the stuff that I picked up into the system. I mean, it's letting me, but I don't know how, I don't know if there's any, like, overflow happening. Like, is there now just, like, a bunch of cobblestone in one of these now? Okay. I didn't really seem to get any overflow, which is good. That was my main concern, was that, like, there was just going to be a lot of, like, the cobblestone overflow, just because I had so much of it. But it doesn't seem like it. So she is digging out an area. I'm not entirely sure what the area is that she's digging out. What I could do is go get my gold builder's hammer, which really I should just carry on me. This thing. The golden builder's assistant hammer. Because this will let me see, like, where all of the blocks are supposed to go. And so it'll let me see, like, okay, you know, these are where the dirt is. But then, like, right here, for example, these couple of blocks here aren't used. And, like, there's no blocks over here. So, like, I can fill in right here without issue. And, like, I can fill in here without issue. I like that block. And yeah, that I think that's fine. I think that's good enough. But then if I come down here, you can see, like, there are blocks down here. They're a little difficult to see, but there are some blocks down here. Because there's a whole, like, under section. Alright, well, I will go supply her with the blocks she needs. And I can almost guarantee that even if I don't get the dirt, like, she's probably got it. Like, she probably has more than enough dirt. So, we need birch. We need 9 framed birch planks. So let's do that. We need 27 stripped birch logs. And since we had 17, an extra 10 should be all we need. We need some birch slabs. We do need some birch planks. We need some birch fences. Which I accidentally have written down as Bish. B-I-C-H. So that's really funny. Get some letters. We need some cobblestone. About a stack and a half of that, I think. And then we need that coarse dirt, which we are apparently one short of having enough of. All colonists are tucked into bed. So if I just dump all that in there, then the courier should be able to supply all of the materials. And so they should be good. Of course, we don't have anybody to work in the mine because I still don't have enough residences. But it is what it is. That said, I should think about getting a second farm up and running. Because the easiest way to actually build up to having 3 farms and thus being able to do the 3 farm research is to have 2 farms. Because then you only need to upgrade 1 farm to level 2. As opposed to upgrading 1 farm to level 3. Which is technically more difficult just because in order to get it to level 3, your builder has to be level 3. And the level 3 builders are generally a very large jump in, like, resources. But that is done on purpose. It's so that, you know, you can't just, like, start with level 5, you know, builders when you have to, like, get major things, you know. But level 2 builders are also just really good to have because they have the ability to have more, like, inventory, you know. So it's like, you want the level 2 builder, but then you don't want the player to just like, oh, I'll just go ahead and get a level 5 builder, you know. You want there to be some kind of, like, big thing to kind of prevent them from jumping to that high of a level immediately. Yeah, I updated journey map. I get it. Ouch. Where are the farmers? Eh? Remember how there was a farmer missing last time? Are they in the cave underneath, perhaps? Perhaps they're in the cave underneath. Yep, there are in fact some villagers over here. Hey, it's the farmers! Coolies. So yeah, they've decided, you know, to start going over there because there's just so much freaking, like there's just so many of them at this point. So, I don't blame them. Quick, bro. Have a single netherwart trade. But that's fine. I would like to get some ender pearls. So I will do that. I do still need to get some enchants from these villagers. So I should also consider getting like another lectern. Rain, rain, rain. My colonists won't work in the rain. Which, fine, I guess. It's just kind of annoying. But, like, I get it. The idea is supposed to be like, if they work in the rain, then they have a higher chance of getting sick or whatever. And so, like, they don't want to work in the rain because they don't want to get sick. No poisonous potato allowed. That said, the nice thing is that they do work in the compost barrels, so... How many emeralds do I currently have? A whopping 2. Alright. I guess I should think about correcting that issue. This guy. There we go. 32 emeralds. So that is a tad bit better. Heck yeah. I forgot I had looting 3. Alright. So Carquinos charm. By giving an Carquinos assured. Interesting. I don't know what an Carquinos is. But I did add Ars Nouveau in the end. Because it just has a lot of stuff that I like. And that is kind of why at the beginning I was like, you know, it's kind of becoming a custom mod pack at this point. Because, you know, I keep adding stuff. But it's fine. So now we need a scribe's table. Oh, right. I need to actually find some arc wood, which is going to be a little difficult. Since, you know, I added it just now. So, like, there's not going to be any Ars Nouveau stuff anywhere near me. So, like, getting the arc wood is not going to be the easiest thing to do. You know, I'm going to have to, like, actually go out and search. But luckily, in that regard, what we can do is we can make a nature's compass. And what that will let me do well, cool. That's really the only way to go about finding arc wood right now without just going out and hoping that random trees will spawn out there. Which, I mean, in fairness, it is possible. I wonder if I have the resources for that. Because it's just 3 diamonds. Okay. Yeah, 2 blocks of quartz. Easy enough to get. So we'll go ahead and upgrade that to the tier 2 spellbook. Now at the moment, all we really have is like break and harm, which is unfortunate. And we can't really get anything else without a tree. But still, it does let us have up to tier 2 runes at some point. Probably the easiest way to find any trees would just be to, I guess, just kind of go in a random direction. So if I go to the Nether portal, that puts me down here automatically. And so what I can do from there is then continue onward. So let's do that. Let's start making our way further to the south. And hopefully we'll start hitting unloaded chunks. You know, not too far out. And hopefully that will mean that we can find some trees, like that one over there. I just had to hit unloaded chunks, you know? Unregistered chunks. And then it's super easy to find. Because they tend to just kind of spawn, you know, randomly. Now this does only give us one type of wood. Unfortunately. Oh my gosh, 35 chops. Get out of here. Cool. So that gives us some vexing wood. And I already see the green one, which I don't remember what that one is called. So we'll hit that one next. And then it'll just be like blazing and cascading that we won't have immediately. Yeah, I'm not seeing either. I don't see a blue, and I don't see a red immediately offhand. So that's a little unfortunate. Oop. It's always like an extra little bit for some reason. Now, what biome is this, pray tell? A flower forest. Ooh. I mean, I do see the dandelions. I don't immediately know how many oxydaisies we have, but I do know that I need them. So I might as well grab some of those. And with there being flowers of all types here, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and vein mine a bunch of them. And I definitely think I have enough azure bluets. Azure bluets and cornflowers seem to be the main flowers in this place. So maybe that was just on like that side of the forest. Because now we're getting dandelions and oxydaisies over here. And again, I don't know how many I need. Like, I don't know how many I have. But I know I need each of these. So... I scratched my ear and my headphones fell off. That looks like a shipwreck over there. So that's interesting. Guess we can head that way. Now that we've collected a lot of that. There are going to be starbuncles out here, which I didn't consider because I didn't bring any gold. But I'll just have to keep that in mind. I only need like 2 for the majority of the automation that I do. So I'm not too worried about it. And there's also going to be like drigmees and stuff as well. The drigmees I wouldn't be able to do anything with anyway because we haven't encountered any Wilden. And I don't even know how Wilden work now. Because it used to be that they would just spawn, you know, who knows where. But it seems like that's no longer the case. Oh yeah, I see it there now. Like they have their own like dens now. Of course, the problem is obviously, you know, we don't have we didn't have the mod installed previously. So finding those dens is going to be like really difficult. Because where they would have spawned, now they will not. There might be a like chunk like regenerator mod. But I don't know where it would, like, I don't know what mod it would be. Like, I don't know what it would be called. Leather boots, leather tunic. Don't really need either of those. Hey, some nuggies. That said, I am noticing a distinct lack of buried treasure maps. Especially since I'm pretty sure those are the 2 chests. Like, I don't believe there's a 3rd chest anywhere. So, like, I think that was all of the chests. And neither of them had the treasure map. God, that reminded me. The way that was, like, bouncing around there reminded me of Amazing Digital Circus. And Pomni using the wonky physics. Hey, there's a... Oh, no. Oh, I opened this chest already. I can say that I have seen the Amazing Digital Circus now, though. And, like, it was never so much that I, like, didn't want to see it, as much as it was that I just never had the motivation to see it. Like, it wasn't that, like, oh, you know, I didn't think it would be good and I didn't want to watch it. Like, I had heard plenty about it and it did, in fact, sound great. I just haven't watched anything, really, in a long time. And so I just didn't have any real, like, motivation to go out and watch it. There's our treasure map. I wondered if there might be another spot. So, and I guess there's just no natural way up. Probably because, like, it's collapsed. So, like, anything that would have been a natural, like, stair up has, you know, collapsed inward. So. Oh, not even very far, just 71 blocks. It is in the water, which is going to be a little annoying. But it is over here. It looks like it's in this chunk. So then we find, what is it, 9? 9 by 9, or is it 8 by 8? Oop, that's sandstone. Ah, there's a chest. Right there. So, yes, 9 by 9. Cool. Let's get rid of those wheat seeds as well. And there we go. Treasure. And I don't see any trees down here. Which is unfortunate. And these are all cherry wood, not cherry logs. Which means that we still have not found any cherry logs. Just cherry wood. The heck is this? Crab? Oh! Elacarkinos. It's an Elacarkinos. Elacarkinos. Giving them a sherd. Okay. I mean, I don't have one. But now we know what they are. Like, I've never seen them before, so I had no idea what they even were. But they're like a crab creature. So, neat. And there's nothing around this beach area. $130 chops to get 163 blocks of 163 logs, 96 blocks of wood, and a single root. But if I swing at the root, it'll chop faster. Good Lord. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and there it is. 130. I mean, I put in the time to chop it all down. Might as well make sure I collect it all. $137 chops for that tree. These particular dark oak trees in the ancient moss forest are freaking massive. 184 chops. They are 3 by 3. That is insane. I've never seen trees that big. Not in, like, recent Minecraft mod packs, anyway. I think the last time I saw something like that was back in freaking, what, 1.2? With freaking the Tekkit mod? Or rather, Tekkit mod pack. I don't know what will happen. Okay. Well, I think the overflow is officially overflowed. Like, I think all of these chests are now completely full. Which is fine, it's just really funny. So, in that case, here's what I'll do. Arcwood. Arcwood is in a very interesting order. It's blue, red, purple, and then green. Blue, red, purple, green. Blue, red, purple, green. As long as I leave this one, it's fine to move all this other stuff. So I think I'll put those over here. And then the bastion fruit we'll put where purple goes because it's from the purple tree. It does not look like I got any of the green fruit. I did not. They're not in the overflow. Cool. That cleared up a bit of extra space. Yes, it did. I didn't lock any of those chests. I didn't lock any of these drawers. But I guess that's fine. Cornflowers. I'll just grab all of this. I was already debating getting a spot for like flowers. So I think if I just do that, it'll be fine. And then we can just put all of the flowers over here. I might have too many azure bluets. Petals, pink tulips, white tulips, poppies, sunflowers. That should be fine. And then redstone dust can go there. And then I want to take the clay. Do I already have a spot for clay? Did it just overflow? Yes, I do. Okay. So, upgrade. Let's do this one. Get a nice big emerald storage upgrade for the clay. I put it in the wrong drawer. Cool. That'll work for now. That will work for now. And then we'll get another emerald upgrade because we have so many azure bluets that we basically just need a spot for them. But that does help with the flower problem. So now what we can do is we'll take the arc wood. And we'll put it in its own section. And now we'll put the stripped logs there. And then we'll make some slabs. We'll make some stairs. Actually, can I sawmill the stairs? I can. And the fence. And then the fence gate. Whoops, too many trapdoors. So stairs, slabs, fence, fence gate. Doors and trapdoors. Cool. And that's all the important items. Oh, hello, Scarix. I had not been looking at the chat. The chat overlay? Oh, nope. I totally forgot to turn on the overlay. Now it's on. Busy watching in audio only. That's alright. Excuse me. Cool. Alright. So now we can make our scribes table. And I think I need... Yeah, I need the scribes. I technically need 2 of these because of the alteration table. Now, in order to get that, I need Mage Bloom. And Mage Bloom is the Mage Bloom seed, which is source gems and the enchanting apparatus. So I need to make some source stone, which requires source gems. And the source gems are in the imbuement chamber. That's our first step. I'm going. There's a first step here that I'm missing somewhere. Imbuement chamber. So we start with the imbuement chamber. And what we can do is we can set up 2 hoppers. Hopper upgrades. Maybe? That might be what I need. Still have some leftover chests. So let's start there. Hopper like in-world item collection. Storage drawers. Suppose if it's locked, it'll only be able to hopper through. Let's see. Amethyst. Let's get some amethyst. We will let that convert. And I'm assuming that it will be able to push downward. Maybe. Because this didn't seem to do it. Like, putting that down. I was surprised that the hopper was still there. Well, once it's done creating the source gem, we'll see what happens. It could be that the imbuement chamber only pushes downward. And because I have it in this, like, weird, like, side state, it can't operate. Well, frick. So is there really no other like, upgrade? To, like, move stuff around? Because if not, that really sucks. But I am not seeing any other option. Like, there's the hopper upgrade. And that can go to, like, the magnet upgrade. But that doesn't do what I need. I need a way to... What am I doing? I have freaking easy storage. Like, I can just use this system. You know, similar to like how I have this set up. With like the export cables and things like that. Like I could just do that basically. So I would need 2 filtered imports, and I would need 2 exports. That requires a piston. Well, no, I guess I only need 1, don't I? And then I just need a network cable to connect to here. And what this should let me do is tell it to import or export amethyst and import source gem. And that will now automatically craft. So then we'll take the source gem and we'll put it here. I was going to say, hopefully before this finishes, which I did. Yes, cool. And then we're going to want to think about source jars. And probably the easiest way to handle that would be I think it's the Vitalic. Either that or no, this one, the agronomic. But I need 2 source gems for that. Crafting progress is 100%. Huh? That was weird. It said it was 100%, but then it didn't actually do anything. Now, the best source of agronomic source is actually from source berries. But because we added the mod so late, we don't really have access to source berries right now. So what I will do is we'll come here next to the farm and we'll put our agronomic source link there. And then anytime the potatoes grow here, it'll go into the source jars. And eventually we can make some source links. I can't do that until we have a lot more amethyst. But we'll make some like source relays. You know, obviously I need a source gem block each. So we need a lot more than what we have for that. So, but we'll get there. Like, it's not a big deal, you know? We'll get there. We'll put down our scribes table. You have to put down both of them for now. And one of the ones we want is Conjure Mage Light. So we will want a lantern. And a torch. We will want item pickup. Which is 2 hoppers. I should be able to make that without too much difficulty. I'm glad that this mod pack does not have issues with ours, like Township Tales was having. Whoa. Let's see. When we get to tier 3, we'll be able to do, like, the amplify. Or we'll be able to do, like, glide. But amplify would be a good one. That is a diamond pickaxe. So our break spell, what we can do is, I believe break is iron pickaxe automatically. So I think you only need 1 amplify to get to diamond level, but I don't remember. So we'll make a light spell. And we'll make a harm spell. And then we'll need to go into Ars Nouveau. Selection HUD is V, which is fine. So we'll just have that ready. And we'll just leave this to make more source gems. And once we have a few, you know, we can go from there. I'm having it go through the shards because it's like the blocks are take just as long. So and I'll make one block of source gem blocks, and we can put that over there. Okay. I was double checking the poisonous potatoes because I couldn't remember what I did with them. But it looks like I probably threw them in the composter, if I had to guess, since they're not in the system anywhere. So now when I go mining, I can get, I can use the mine spell to automatically collect ore and stuff, which is cool. I'm gonna come over here and check our barracks. I don't think anybody is working here yet. Main barracks block is all the way up here. And then we have the oh, you come in from the back. Huh? Hi. That's it? Just the one dude? A pillager raid spawned with one pillager. Alright. Sure. Yeah, see, nobody is currently unemployed. So I have no space for the barracks. Like, I have no space for anybody to work in the barracks. So what I'll have to do is I will have to start upgrading some residences. So let's start with the first residence over here. The one that last video I marked down what we needed for it. I just didn't, you know, hit the upgrade button. And I have all of that stuff right here. And it's quite a lot of things. But we can do it. We need 4 birch slabs. We need 47 birch stairs. We need 3 of these oxeye daisies. We need 2 of these poppies. I'm just kind of going down the list. So, we need 68 framed cobble. So there's that. We need a single polished diorite slab, which makes me realize that I never set up anything for diorite. I only did the basic stone and moss stone. So let me grab a little bit of that. And we'll do a stair, we'll do a slab, we'll do a wall, we'll do polished, we'll do stair, we'll do slab. And then I should do the same for andesite and granite. All and polished and stair and slab. And stair, slab, wall, polished, stair, slab. And I'll just go ahead and put those over here. Stair, slab, wall, polished, stair, slab, stair, slab, wall, polished, stair, slab, stair, slab, wall, polished, stair, and slab. There we go. So now we have all of those. So then we need the polished diorite slab. We do need possibly a handful of dirt. Actually, I don't, because there is 105 dirt already in there. So now we need more diorite stairs. Whoops. 9 of them, in fact. And then we need some cobble stairs. So we'll throw those in there. We need some dandelions. We need some coarse dirt. Literally all three of what we have. We need some stripped birch logs. Which I was going to say, I believe I can alta mine stripping, which is really cool. Whoops. Let me throw those in as well. I need a chest. I need wheat and birch so that I can make the wheat shingles. And then I need some oak. Because I need to make the top side shingles. And for some odd reason, those are made out of oak instead of birch. Which, speaking of shingles, I think I will just grab these and throw them in here because they're never going to be used for anything else. We need some birch planks, birch fences, and birch doors. Let's see. I can't make doors, but I can make fences. That said, I only needed one, which I had. Oh well. Supposedly I only need 3 planks. We'll see if that holds true. We need 2 white beds. We need framed birch planks. I will say one thing that I do like that they made a change of is that you no longer need to specifically give them the exact like framed birch block anymore. I do not have any cobble slabs. Then we need some regular cobblestone. We need some diorite. We need some polished diorite. And last but not least, we need some birch logs. And so that should complete everything we need for that. Now they needed some torches, so I'll give them some torches. Okay. In fact, I probably don't need torches myself anymore because we now have Mage Light. And one benefit of Mage Light, or at least of the amplified Mage Light, is that it is glowstone level. As opposed to torch level lighting. Of course, freaking casting it a lot requires that I have some mana regen. And so it might not be bad for me to think about the possibility of getting some mana regen and mana boost. So let's see. Have a lot of oak planks left. I did not realize this. I did not need to make as many as I did. So let's come over here. We'll do a little trading with our Fletchers. Cool. That helps. And now that we have some emeralds, we'll buy a couple of bookshelves. And then we can take those bookshelves back here. And make some lecterns. I think that I will wait until morning because I do see that it is getting dark. And I would like to make, let's see, I need to make the enchanting apparatus. which I needed the source stone for, which I should be able to make now. And source stone has a lot of blocks, but I don't think any of them get used. Really, I think it's just the source stone itself. But what we'll do is we'll make a set of the normal source stone blocks. Now we've got normal source stone, we've got stairs, we've got slabs, small bricks and large bricks, and then alternating basket weave and mosaic. And everything else we'll think about later. Right now what we need is some gold nuggies so that we can make the enchanting apparatus. And then we need pedestals. Oop, and I'm out of source stone. I kind of wondered if that might happen. Alright. And I'm one source stone short. Because of course I am. Oh, hey, it'll let me use the diorite too. Okay. And then we need an arcane core. Alright. So now we have the full enchanting setup. I think I'll put it right here. And then I need some source gems, and I need a wheat seed, which I don't actually have any, because I have not been keeping those. I think any seed would have worked, so I probably could have used that pumpkin seed. But it's fine. This gives me an excuse to come harvest the wheat. So. And I don't believe I need any source. Nope, I don't. Cool. Always just one short, right? And now we have Mage Bloom. A whopping one Mage Bloom. Ah, boy. So let's see. Do I have a bucket? I don't have a bucket. Alright, I will make a bucket then. Because apparently my only bucket is full of lava. What I could do for now is trade out the, trade out that 1 wheat. I think I'll do that to start. Since they only have just the one. Obviously, we want more than the one. But that's going to be really hard to get a lot of. Like, because what I've got currently, I could make like 2 more. Because it takes 4 source gems every time. That said, it does look like they have updated the graphics, the sprites for all of the Ars Nouveau stuff. I've seen those like updated graphics in like other mod packs, but I've never seen them like officially be part of like Ars Nouveau. So that's really cool to see. One thing I would like is to get the crafting spell so that we have access to crafting on self. Craft. So grab the crafting glyph, and now we get a crafting screen. I can just push a button and I can craft on the go. Which is really nice. I have 200 glowstone. I did not realize this. Like, that's a lot of glowstone. Oh, I need more stuff for this. Ritual Brazier. Cool. So now we have the Tablet of Scrying and a Ritual Brazier. That is a really difficult word to say. So I'm going to put that in there. Going to put that in there. And we can't actually use the Tablet of Scrying yet. Because I need something to scry for. But it will allow us to find diamonds a little easier. So let me grab a diamond pickaxe. I thought I had a Silk Touch book in here. I do. Weird. I'll need to get efficiency 5 on it at some point. But that can be later. Grab some books. Grab some emeralds. Grab some sticks. And let's head over to our village. Alright. They are not yet. It is not yet late enough in the day for them to have restocked. So we shall have to wait for that before we can trade any sticks. There we go. I needed to find one of my sodas. Because I just pulled the last one out of the fridge. So. Yes. Pudding. Just my phone going off. With various notifications. Surely you have restocked. Nope. Alright. Well, there are no... Oh, nope, never mind. There we go. It's a librarian dude. Fire Prot 3, Mana Regen 1. There's Silk Touch again. Infinity, Mending. Mana Regen 3. So there's one of my enchants that I need. Let's go ahead and get another librarian. And we'll see if he will give me mana boost. which he might if I cycle enough. But at the same time, if something else comes up that I would prefer, I may also decide to grab that instead. But we'll see. It depends what comes up first. Fortune 3, Thorns, Channeling, Feather Falling, Efficiency 4, I don't need because I have Efficiency 5 already. Piercing, Luck of the Sea, Unbreaking, Blast Proc. Whoops, skipped over something. Aqua Affinity, I think I already have that. I think I need Depth Strider. Mana Boost. Okay. Well, it's available. I just need the emeralds. And then I have to find him again. Mana Boost. Now, the issue obviously is that is one book of each. I need to get 4 books of each. But we'll get there. You know? We can and will get there eventually. It's still better than nothing, though, having one of each. The real question is, do I want to... Do I want to go in and... give the, like, do I want to put them on my current armor, or do I want to make the mage armor that would give me more, like, better stats, you know? That's the real question. I'm also thinking I really want to move these villagers. The easiest way I can think to do that would be to go underneath, you know, down into the cave here that is their home. And basically dig. I would want to dig out towards my colony this way, basically. I could run into an issue with the water here. I'm at Y60. It looks like this is Y62. So I might need to go down a little bit to get underneath that. But also that could end up being like gravel down there. Which would make my life very difficult. So I think I will dig down to 55. And then we will utilize the small square mining. But also, I am seeing gravel already. And okay. I expected that digging into this gravel would go straight into, well, I guess I'm not over that far yet. I was going to say it would go into the beach. But I'm not over there yet. Like, I'm nowhere even close to being over there yet. There is a good bit of ore along the way, though. And also a lot of gravel, annoyingly enough. Let me just go ahead and dump all of this stuff. Yes, I did pick up some gravel because I hit it with my pickaxe and not the shovel, which is fine. I just needed to move it, you know. Lots of coal. I will happily take all of this coal, because you never know when you might need coal. But the way this will work, assuming that it does, is I will basically bring the villagers down this way by taking their, either by bringing their job stations or by bringing their beds. Possibly both. And basically it will draw the villagers towards where I want them to be. At least this is the hope. Like, it'll draw the villagers down this way. And in so doing, I can then hopefully draw them all the way down this path. And eventually, when, you know, I reach the end of where I'm digging, hopefully I can then, you know, put the villagers there. It's just a matter of getting them all down this path here, more or less. I think I'm going to go this way. Oh, frick. I see water. See, this is what I was concerned about happening. Was that I would hit the river and water would just flood on through. And I can see that I was indeed right about that. Not much that can be done other than digging through it, really. Like, this is really about the only option I have for dealing with this issue. Unfortunately, I may have accidentally created a source block somewhere with how much water I let in. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, there is no sponge spell. As nice as that would be. But even if there were, I would need a sponge for it. Which I don't have. So... we get plenty of flint from this, though. Alaya C. Rayo is now happily living in Mezior. Coolies, coolies. Ha ba 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 ba. So annoying. One, two, three, four. Okay. Ooh. Wait. We might have gotten through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's 6, 7, 8. Yay! We're through the water. Cool, cool. That is good. So I think I want to bring them just like over here where the colony is. And so I'm gonna have to dig all the way to like 540, 965 or something like that. All right. Well, this is unfortunate. I don't know if all of this is source blocks under here or what. Definitely some of it is. See, now I'm concerned that this could be an entire underwater, like, cave. because it's looking like there are source blocks deep in the cave itself. And that is going to be a problem. Yeah, this is going to be an entire underwater, like, cave area. Well, unfortunately, the best way to deal with this would be to go get some sponge before I continue digging any further. Which is a little annoying, but it's not, like, terrible, I guess. You know, it is workable. That right there is a block of water. All for a single iron ore. Yep. Literally one iron ore. No iron ore was even connected to it. Well, it is completely safe down there. Like, I have lit everything up as I went. So if any of the villagers are dumb enough to start going down that path on their own, they won't, like, get into any major, you know, catastrophes or anything. But I am going to need to get that sponge, which, again, the best option. I mean, I need to get freaking respiration and depth strider to do that really well. The alternative, of course, being that we make potions of water breathing. And unfortunately, as far as water breathing goes, that requires a puffer fish, which I don't have. Glyph of Bubble. I have never seen that before. That's interesting. I have seen the others, though. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Bubble before. So that's interesting. How are we doing on source gems? 38? Okay. We are getting somewhere with the source gems. You know, it's slow and steady. but such is the way of source gems. We did get this residence upgraded. And now there are 2 people living here, Jeremiah and Elia. Elia currently has no job, but that's because she's a child. Once she grows up, we'll see what it automatically gives her. Because there's plenty of different options for what it might auto, like, give her, you know? So we'll kind of have to keep an eye on that and see where that goes. Over here at this builder's hut, I think I want to upgrade it. 1 birch stairs, 2 crafting tables, 2 racks, 46 cobble stairs, 8 coarse dirt, 25 paper, 11 polished andesite, a white wool, birch trap door, stone, glass pane, birch fence, polished granite, gravel, glass, cobble slabs, cobblestone, lots of it, birch logs, sand, sandstone, I do recall that, polished diorite, and cut sandstone. So then if we get that built up to level 2, then she'll be able to do some level 2 upgrades. So we need a furnace. We need some birch slabs. We need some birch stairs. That's definitely too many birch stairs. The 81. That's how many we need. We need some crafting tables. Alrighty. Thanks for stopping by. We need 2 racks. We need some cobblestone. I don't know. Why do they have 800 and... Oh, right, because of this system. Why did I... I don't remember why I did that. I think I did that just as easy automation. I don't think I meant for them to have it. Plane is about to leave. Ooh. Going on a plane somewhere, huh? Nice, nice. Well, you have fun doing, you know, going doing what you're doing. I feel like I have not given them the stairs yet. Here are the stairs. Polished diorite, polished granite. Going home, huh? Cool. I'll admit, I wasn't aware that you wasn't home. But still cool. Still cool. Coarse dirt. Boy, am I glad that there's a recipe for coarse dirt, because the amount of coarse dirt I have needed with all of this is slightly obnoxious. Glass pane, block of glass. Birch fence. Gravel. Cobblestone slabs. Birch logs. I am actually going to need to consider the very real possibility of getting some kind of tree setup going. And now we check the clipboard to see that we need a birch trap door, apparently. Supposedly just one. Oh, yeah. If this is so many families. Aha, got it. Yeah, because this is the structure that I wrote down here. So yeah. Oh, I need paper block. before I call it good. Alright, that should be everything she needs for that structure. Assuming I did everything correctly, that will be all she needs to upgrade her hut. So then, something else I am going to need is more farm. Before I actually build it, though, I want to see what the alternative farm looks like. It is much smaller. So that is kind of nice. Excuse me. So I'm thinking that I could put that down by where the farms currently are. Like somewhere around here. Maybe on this side. I need to clear out, ooh, excuse me. I would need to clear this out. Which thankfully shouldn't be too difficult with a little bit of Altamine. I do envy the fact that Scarix has family, you know, worth visiting. Unfortunately for me, I am most likely going to end up being one of those people that goes full no contact with their family once I am no longer once I'm no longer dependent on them. Gets less and less every year, but that's why you make the effort now. Yeah. I'm just more referring to, you know, the fact that my family is terrible. So it's like, just a little, you know, envious about people who have good families, you know? Unfortunately, I mean, and I only have my own family as like data on this. But unfortunately, it kind of seems like Christian families are really bad. Like, they're some of the worst, like, families you can have. Because they will assume that they are correct about their beliefs, to the point where they will full on hate you, despite, you know, that not being part of their religion. That doesn't seem to matter to them. Instead, they will pretend that they are doing things out of love, even though they're not, you know? They'll sit there and claim that the way that, you know, they're treating you is out of love. In fact, they will insist that the way they're treating you is out of love, and that you should be happy that they are treating you like garbage, because they're treating you out of love. No hate like Christian hate. Someone at some point, probably. It's true. At least from my experiences. You know? And I'm not here to, like, you know, bash people for their religion or anything. But I am pointing out how I am treated by this particular religion, and that's it. So, yeah, well, I mean, luckily when, you know, your life is able to, you know, stick to their religion, they don't generally get too upset. It's when your life doesn't conform to that they become, you know, not great. Okay, so all of these buildings are up here, but then this level is one block lower, which is then itself one block above sea level. And I have several buildings that are at sea level, as is. And so I'm wondering if I should leave it at, you know, if I should just have a 1-block, like, hill here on the side. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's about it. You know, you either get lucky enough that you have, you know, Christians who actually, like, follow what they believe in, and, you know, actually, like, live the whole, you know, love one another and whatnot. Or you end up with the extremists that will swear up and down that they are following their religion. But then when you throw a verse at them, they'll be like, that's complete crap. My family has done that. I threw a couple verses, you know, from the Bible at them, and they're like, that's complete crap. And I'm like, but that's what the Bible says. And I've gotten them with that before. Like, them being like, well, you know, I don't know what you're listening to. And I'm like, your Bible. What happens when I do that is, instead of confronting the fact that I just, you know, gave them something that they don't like, instead they will be like, well, you don't believe in that, so you can't use it. I'm like, no, I don't believe in that. But you do. That means that you have to follow that. I'm just telling you what you have to follow. I'm not saying this is right. I'm saying this is what you have to follow if you believe in your thing. If you don't like that, that means you don't believe in it. If you're not going to believe in it, fine. I have zero problems with that. What I have problems with is you telling me that I have to follow these things that you don't believe in either.
Unbelievable. You.
Subject name here.
Must be the pride of.
Subject hometown here.
Looking thirsty. Can't wait to watch the VOD. I mean, you've been here for the for most of it. Like, there really wasn't much prior to. Alrighty. Have fun on your flight. Yeah, I gotta imagine you probably can't, like, watch a stream while on a plane. Be sure to drink water and stay hydrated. I really should have a specific, like, thing for water specifically. Because I drink so little actual water. And then somebody could like redeem the channel points. And it's like, oh great, now I have to actually drink water. And to be fair, the main reason I don't drink a lot of water is because it is disgusting. Like, it literally makes me feel sick when I drink it. Like the other day, I had a doctor's appointment early in the morning, and I was like, okay, well, I always go out to eat after my doctor's appointments. And so I don't really want like a lot of like the caffeine, you know, maybe that early. So I was like, instead of getting one of my caffeinated sodas, instead, I've got some water bottles. So what I'll do is I'll just drink one of those, you know. I didn't really want to open one of my non-caffeinated sodas, just because I wasn't going to be able to finish it before we had to leave. But I also didn't want to, like, I also knew, like, I needed to drink something before I went, because I was going to be doing a lot of talking, because I was seeing my therapist and stuff like that. And so I was like, I've got to grab something to drink, you know? And so I grabbed one of my bottles of water, and I, like, got maybe a third of the way through it. And I was like, oh my god. Like, I was legit, like, it legitimately was making me feel queasy. Which sucks because, like, I will eventually reach a point where I'm not hydrated enough if I just drink, like, soda and stuff. And so, like, at some point I have to drink water, you know, to get myself, like, properly hydrated. But, like, usually in those periods where I drink water to get, you know, properly hydrated, I guess I'm, like, so dehydrated that, like, the water doesn't taste gross at that time. And so it's like, yeah, I drink it and I'm good. And then but then I'm like, you know, I need to be drinking water for, you know, the health benefits. But then, like, I'll go to drink it when I'm not dehydrated, you know, when I'm not in desperate need of water hydration. And it will just make me feel sick. And I'm like, I really don't understand, you know, and I really dislike the fact that it like legitimately makes me feel sick, you know. I'm like, I don't know what to do about that. You know, I don't know how to freaking drink and hydrate when, you know, like, it'd be one thing if it was like, oh, you know, the reason that you kind of feel sick when you drink water is because you're not hydrated enough. But it's the times when I'm not hydrated enough that I can drink water. When I am hydrated enough, like, I legitimately feel sick from drinking it. And I'm just like, I don't understand it, and I hate it. And it's not like, oh, I'm drinking, one kind of, like, water, and then I'm drinking a different kind. Like, this is like, this, like, let's say I drank water yesterday. Like, I then have the same bottle, the same, like, set of bottled water, and then, like, I drink it the next day. It's the exact same, like, bottles of water. But yet, for some reason, it makes me, like, wrench. Not, I don't think wrench. Wretch? I've only ever heard the word. And my hearing is not great. I actually have an appointment at the beginning of next month to get my hearing checked. Because one of my doctors is concerned about my hearing. So, but yeah, it's just like, okay, I know I need to drink water, and I would love to be able to drink water. Like, water is love, water is life, Like, water is free. I could freaking cut, like, $50 out of my monthly bill if I could just, or weekly bill rather, if I could just drink water. But legitimately, like, I have some kind of legitimate actual problem with it. And I don't know what, and I don't know why, I love when your body hates the idea of keeping itself alive. Yeah. And it's, and it's not like, for example, like brushing your teeth. Like, if you haven't brushed your teeth, like, properly and you have, like, gingivitis, like I do, like, it can cause, like, your teeth to bleed, well, your gums to bleed, rather, when you, like, brush your teeth, right? And, like, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But, like, that goes away after you've, like, gotten yourself to the point where, like, you're brushing your teeth to, like, a healthy extent and everything. Like, with the problem with the water is that it's when I've gotten to a healthier extent that I start having issues with it. Like, when I'm not hydrated enough, I can drink water and it's like refreshing, life-giving, fluid type thing. But when I am hydrated, it, like, makes me feel, like, disgusting. And it's just like, freaking, why? Like, why freaking, why do that, you know? Like, the last time I sat down and, like, drank a good amount of water, I drank, I want to say, like, 3 or 4, like, full bottles of water. I'm talking, like, 16-ounce, you know, bottles of water. And I could tell, like, after drinking a couple of the bottles of water, I was like, wow, I can feel, like, that I was dehydrated, you know? And that, like, my body is, like, utilizing the hydration, you know? And, like, I legitimately, like, felt better. And I was like, awesome, you know, maybe I can like get myself to start drinking water now. And then literally the next day, it was like I drank a bottle of water, you know, a third of a bottle. And I was just like, why do I feel like I'm going to throw up from trying to drink this? You know? Whoops. It's like I want to get healthier. I want to hydrate better. I want to be able to drink water. But I can't. And I don't know why.
You must die!
My single bit of luck and power. That kid should have grown up by now. I want to see where it put her. Because Elias C. Rayo has... I don't think she's become any kind of, like, guard. Also, I am 1 citizen short. Oh, of course she became a fluid manager. Because freaking, why wouldn't she? Ugh. Always with the fluid managers. Hate the fluid managers. For some reason, the fluid managers seem to have priority over anything else. Because it'll always make them fluid managers. If that slot is available. Tunic, boot, head. I don't have leggings. Do you have 78 leather? But also, I kind of would like to get... Ooh. kind of would like to level up my leather worker more. So I think I'm gonna come trade with him for armor. First though, I need to find the Fletchers. And trade them all of the sticks. Oops, I did not bring enough sticks. Thought I had, but I guess I did not. It's fine. You're the regular armor. Yes. Where is... You're the leather worker. Let's get him a... Let's level him up a little bit. Back to Mezior. And we'll run to the barracks. Before that, let me get a sword. I need a stone sword. And then I can throw these into the barracks. Hey, construction of the builder's hut is completed. Cool. Hire Elia C. Rayo as a knight. And then, because they are a knight, that will then leave a space open in the residence that they were living in. And we'll be able to get a 15th colonist to join. And at some point, they will become an adult, and they will become a fluid manager, because they always become fluid managers for some reason. And I'll have to move them off of fluid manager and into a position where I actually need and want them to be at. Go ahead and throw those in there. Can I make... I know I can't make the crafting remote without the sea lanterns. Can I make, like, the normal remote? Not without slime ball. Well, frick. let's see, where's the crush glyph? Oh, good. I need essence for that. Rhinestone, piston, air. That is the earth essence, which is seed, dirt, and ingot. For that, I'm going to need more source stone. For that, I'm going to need more gold nuggies. And then I'm going to need an imbuement chamber. And what we'll do is set this up over here for now. Earth essence. Iron, seed, dirt. Iron, seed, dirt. Cool, cool. We're getting some good amount of source gems now. This is what I like about automatic source gem generation. You know, it might be slow to just sit here and let them go automatically and not use source. But I guarantee you, you'll walk over here and be like, whoa, I suddenly have so many source. I suddenly have so many source gems, you know. You will be very thankful that you set up automation for source gems. Boy, this looks really dark. I don't like how dark this is at all. That's better. Oh yeah, and then we have our regular Minecolonies residents. Just cause. It's fun to go in and mix and match stuff every once in a while. We really need to get to an ocean monument, is what I'm like seeing here, basically. Like, we need to get to an ocean monument, and I mean, the issue with going to an ocean monument is obviously that we need to be able to breathe underwater. Which means we either need respiration, or we need but we either need respiration or we need water breathing. And neither of those is particularly easy to access. Surely I have. Surely I have some stuff that I can trade for. Oop, did I? Yeah, I put those in there. Okay, books and emeralds. I want both of those. So we'll go to the village. We'll find our Fletchers who currently are not ready to trade yet. I guess it wouldn't hurt to bring some paper. If I had a method of automatic paper farming, but I don't. Now I'm out of sugarcane. Now we'll go back to the village. I can still cycle this guy's trades. Alright. I guess I have an extra villager. Well, let's see if we can get some respiration. Fire prot. I don't even think I've seen respiration show up, except for literally just now with respiration 1. There's another respiration 1. Last prot, frostwalker, feather falling, efficiency, power 5, thorns, riptide, unbreaking, oh, respiration. Depth Strider would also be good. Always, it's always the enchant you're not looking for that you get. Feather falling 4. I just clicked past one. Hopefully it wasn't respiration. Hello. Mana boost. Breach, Flame, Impale, Smite, Blast Prot, Impale, Knockback, Efficiency, Quick Charge, Channel, Projectile Prot, Fire Aspect, Sweepy Edge, Knockback, Depth Strider 1. This is why I add trade recycling mod. Because this is not native to this pack. I added it. And like, look at this. We literally have not seen Respiration 3. Even once. Depth Strider 3. Depth Strider 3 is the highest. I don't have the emeralds for it right now. But it does give us access to it. Oh my gosh, there's too many librarians. But at least I can get lanterns now. So that's not technically a bad thing. Like, I wouldn't say that it's like an amazing trade. But if I ever wanted to deal with the freaking drowned issue, I would need to put down so many lanterns underwater. Let me craft a new lectern. You guys and your freaking crop trampling. Good lord. Is there not a free villager right now? I don't think there is. I think I ran out of free villagers. So we're gonna need some more villager beds. I'm just grabbing all of the lecterns. And I'm moving them down there. And hopefully these freaking villagers will go to them at some point. Fire pot, silk touch. Aqua Affinity, Blast Prot, Smite, Mana Regen, Mana Boost, Depth Strider. There is my Depth Strider. My assumption is going to be that they will come down here for their beds at night. And then once they're down here for the beds, then they will take the travel back to the lectern. Until then, they might not actually know where the lecterns are. But it's a start. But also, I need more beds for these freaking guys. What wool do I have? Light blue and orange. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. More beds. More beds equals more villagers. Woo. There is a method to my madness. I promise. Like me doing all the mining here. I'm doing on purpose. Ta-da! Now we'll cast a little bit of light to light things up. And now they have beds. How many freaking beds do I have? I'm doing alright. Like, how many freaking beds even is this? Oops. Alright. We'll just use this. 15 times 2, so 29 beds. So I should be able to house up to 29 villagers. In that case. $28 at the moment. There we go. Now 29. Because it would have counted the bed. Like, they wouldn't have slept in the bed. That I clicked on, so. Well, I mean, it's not respiration, but Depth Strider is nice. I can definitely get more sticks easily enough. So we can do a few more trades. With the Fletchers. Question is where's the other one? There he is. And then, unfortunately, after that, though, because I don't have any free villagers, I can't get them to trade me freaking respiration. I'm going to need them to free up a space. They keep freaking trampling their crops for no reason, which is super annoying. Whoops. Gosh dang it. Oh well, I don't know which freaking villagers I just smacked, but it's alright. As long as it's not my Fletchers, as long as the Fletchers aren't the ones that upped their prices, you know, then it's fine. And what I'm going to do is get some dirt. Otherwise, I can't do anything. Ow. And then I will come to the village. And I'm going to break both composters in the hopes that I can then force the farmers to move. And basically my goal is I'm going to put both composters down here. And hopefully they will pass fine to those. Ha! I think they actually planted some of these carrots themselves. That's really cool. I didn't know they... Like, I guess that makes sense that they must be able to plant themselves, but... I guess I just didn't think about it. You know? There, go use the other composter. And since this farmer is over here, But I didn't think that he would be attached to that and just be up there. Now this guy up here, yeah, he's attached to this one. Now if I pick that up and I move it down here, now he'll make his way down to it. And if I break it again and I move it down here, then he'll make his way down to it. And if I break it again and move it over here, then he won't make his way down to it because he freaking went back up. Oh, now he's coming down to it. There we go. Another thing I can do is grab the bell and bring it down here. And they all go running. That's great. I did not expect that to do that. Cauldron, blast furnace. Yeah. Brewing stand. That's all the job spots. So now they will hopefully all come down here and come to their new job spots. Oh my gosh. It's a wall of librarians. I love it. That is fantastic. So, what are you two doing? You need to go live underground, where your job is. Sir? Here's what I can do. We're going to start by doing this because I don't know the light levels and this will keep them safe. Because mobs can't spawn on path blocks. But additionally, I've now effectively sealed them off from getting up here. Except for, like, children. Which I can do that. And now they can't get up here at all. So that works. And since they don't need to come up here, I can seal them off even further by doing this. Thus, now they live underground and only underground. Cool. So then, why did I do this? That's probably what a bunch of people are wondering. Like, why did I put all this work into sealing them underground? When, like, the thing that I was complaining about was them trampling their crops. You know? Like, the thing that sent me on this tirade was them trampling their crops. So how does this fix that? And the answer is quite simple, really. I am going to create for them a crop area where they will have to step up to get to, instead of simply dropping down. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Water bucket. Hoe. The hope is that because they have to step up, there shouldn't be anything that will make them fall on the crop. And thus, hopefully, they will not trample the crop. So that chunk needs to be loaded. And then these chunks. Or at least this one. Maybe the next one over too. And I shouldn't need all of these chunks loaded anymore, I don't think. Let's see, where is this chunk? That is that chunk. Okay. So yeah, I think I can cut out those 2 chunks. Because those are the 2 chunks over that way. That should keep everything loaded that they are in. Yeah. The exception being, like, if they go all the way over here, you know? But otherwise, everything should be loaded. I'll put the compost there. Okay. So hopefully that'll help. Hopefully that will allow them to not trample their crops. Baby villagers! And at some point, I will figure out how to then send them all the way down there. As far as the village goes, 810, 856. 810, 856. By 59, indeed. So now this block should be where the village is located. Yep. Cool. So I will be underground then. There are still at least 2 empty beds. I see this bed and this bed that appear to be empty. So that's good. Oh, Sasha C. Ryo has begun living in Mezior. Cool, cool. Okay. Very cool. Sasha C. Ryo, who, wouldn't you guess it, is a fluid manager. Because of course they are. All colonists are now tucked into bed. Okay. If anybody wants a beat to sample, if anybody wants a beat to sample, Imagine that beat has to suck. But I give permission. Like, do I have the ability to give permission for that? That's the real question. Oh, I'm out of mana. Boy, I can only put down a few lights without that mana regen, mana boost that I'm used to. Like, I'm so used to having such big mana regen and mana boost. You know? That it's like wild to me. Whoops. I actually don't want any of this to be path block. So let me go ahead and grab a grass block. Well, I guess there's a grass block here. So it would have spread. But that'll make it spread a little bit faster. So. But I do gotta do some terraforming over here at some point to fix up this whole area. It's just gonna be a huge deal because it's a very big hill. Squid! Just want some ink sacs is all. Lights. Lights. Okay. Those need to be like that. And at some point, I'm gonna have to dig out and flatten this area. To some degree, you know? So that I don't have this big, what does this take? 2 poppies, 3 oxeye daisies. This is, I think, the same structure as before. Polished, diorite, slab. Diorite stairs, cobble stairs, dandelions, framed birch, coarse dirt, stripped birch log, chest, birch plank. Yeah, this is the same structure. Wheat, shingle, birch. 68 framed cobble, birch, 32 birch fences, a birch door, 2 white beds, cobble slab, diorite, 59 cobble, 24 birch logs, 13 polished diorite, and 10 wheat shingle oak top. And then somebody can live over there. I'll probably put the miner over there because that can be their house. I was gonna put the current fluid manager over there, but I think their house is that one, so maybe not a great idea to send them all the way over there. So instead, I think I will make them the fisher. Now we just look for our fluid manager, Sasha C. Rayo. And we tell them, go be a fisher! And they will, of course, need a fishing rod. So before day breaks, let's go make one of those. Fishing rod. And then hopefully those villagers will grow up soon. Because once those villagers grow up, then I can try for freaking respiration again. Here's your fishing rod. And you will never have to worry about it breaking, which is nice. Also, something I just realized, I don't need lanterns to keep the light up underwater. Because I have magic. That said, if anybody is looking for a part sci-fi, part fantasy comic that has LGBT themes and is written by somebody who is in, themselves in the LGBT community, I might recommend a comic that I recently started reading that is called, was it Crystal Cosmic? Kristal. It is on Comic Fury. It is not written or anything by me. It's just a comic that I found that I've been enjoying. And thus just and I've been thinking about it all day. Like I've been thinking about like where should I put a shout out, you know? Like all day. Like I've almost mentioned it like 4 times now. Just because I wanted to, you know, give them a shout out. Because it's a good comic. So, check them out. They're on Comic Fury. And while you're on Comic Fury, there's plenty of other really good comics as well. They are a far better place than like the webtoon, you know, or I was gonna name others, but I can't think of any others. So they are a free indie run comic website. So I highly recommend checking out Comic Fury. There's a lot of good comics on there. Not just mine. Mine isn't even technically a comic. It was, but I haven't had an artist. So instead, I just started posting like a novel. I need to do that more. I need to post more of it. I kind of fell off posting it purely because I haven't found a good way to easily convert PDF files to PNG files. Without like a ton of work. And unfortunately, that's kind of what I need to be able to do. Because I have to make it as a PNG, or I have to make it, you know, I have to write it, and then I have to convert it to PNG, and the easiest way to do that is at least that I've found, is basically turning it into a PDF file, and then converting that PDF file into PNG files, which is not easy to do, but it's been the easiest method so far, if that makes sense. Like, it's still not easy, it's just easier than any other method I have attempted. So, That said, I'm gonna go check and see if this is an adult jobless. And since it is, we'll go back to Mezior. We'll dump all these. We'll grab some books. We'll grab some slabs. Actually, I can probably just make the bookshelf here. And then we can just make the lectern. And then I have, I may only have 3 books. But I only need 1. So. Sir, there are enough lecterns down there that you don't need this one. There is a lectern down there that you can attach yourself to. Unless there isn't. I'll admit, I don't know how many librarians I have. Perhaps I have one more librarian than I have lecterns. And now I have the proper amount? I do not know. But also, I probably should supply these resources. I think I will do that after. Let me just grab 4 slabs. We will go back to the village. We will find somebody that has a bookshelf trade. Oh, okay. Or we'll just find the freaking new guy. That's fine too. Now then. Respiration. Respiration 3. Yep, there's only 3 levels. Freaking finally. Now we can try to find an ocean monument. Still not. Test, test. There it goes. Now it reconnected. I don't know what happened. It just freaking voice mod disconnected my microphone. So. 2 poppies. 3 oxeye daisies. 2 dandelions. 4 birch slabs. 47 birch stairs. How about that? 1 polished diorite slab. 9 regular diorite stairs. Um, 21 cobblestone stairs. Core 3 coarse dirt. Uh, 14 stripped birch logs. A chest. 3 birch planks. 32 birch fences. One birch door. 2 white beds, which I definitely don't have immediately offhand. I feel like something was missing there. I don't know what it was. Maybe I just had a slot that I hadn't put something in. So white beds then. I'm going to need my shears. Let's turn that off after this guy finishes crafting. Because I do have plenty of source gems now. That is not the sheep. This is the sheep. Cool. I think I picked up all of the wool. So now I can make white beds. White beds. I really don't know that I needed to make those necessarily. I feel like they have some extras. Cobblestone. Diorite. I was right to think that they needed diorite. Actually, I need even more diorite than that. Because I need 13 polished diorite.
There is not enough room for my family to live here.
What? Also some birch logs. And then we'll double check the clipboard. You need the framed cobblestone right away. Okay. Got it. So we need birch planks. We need cobblestone. And we need wheat blocks. Gonna need a little bit more than that. And also I'm gonna need some oak planks. In order to make everything that we need. Whoops. Frame first. Framed cobblestone. We need 68 of that. We need 2 framed birch. We need 94 of that. And then the top, we need 10. And that should be all of the resources. Officially. Hopefully. That will hopefully be everything. So we have our respiration, we have our depth strider, we have our aqua affinity, we have plenty of protection. I think all we can really do now is that could be an issue. Yep. So I don't have any cobwebs. I definitely don't have any cracked stone bricks. Which leaves the question of where would I find cobwebs? Also, I've completely forgotten what I was going to do with this earth essence. Not enchanting. Oh yeah, crush glyph. Piston and grindstone. Piston and grindstone. All to make crush glyph. Because I needed it for glowstone. Hey, prestidigitation! Places an invisible temporary block that emits particles. Amplify will make the block permanent. Particles can be configured from the spell style menu in the spellbook. Targeting an ally will emit particles centered on them instead. Huh. Interesting. Prestidigitation has been added to Ars Nouveau. That is kind of great. I kind of love that. So we'll put spell 5. We'll do touch, crush. Increases damage dealt and harvest level. Do I need higher harvest level? Like, I'm just using it for glowstone. Because if I crush, I get 4 glowstone dust. Hooray! That is what I was after. And now the glowstone dust has a place. I don't suppose crush can be used. No. I was hoping there might be a chance that crush could be used on netherwart blocks, but it can't. Too bad, so sad. So I need to collect some cobwebs. And I'm gonna need my shears to do that. The main source of cobwebs that I can think of would be something like an underground mine. Or like an abandoned village. Neither of which are anywhere nearby, to my knowledge. And unfortunately, that's partially the problem. Because I can't think of another place to go to find cobwebs. And I can't make cobwebs, so I must find some cobwebs. Except that the explorer's compass that I need, I need the cobwebs to make the explorer's compass. Except that I need the explorer's compass to find the cobwebs. Ay. Oh, also, I just realized my avatar is... I have this neat little thing that this avatar can do. Also, it's not... This particular avatar is not, like, great at, like, the voice sync, I think. I like... Oh, not voice sync, but, like, lip sync. And I just kind of glanced over and was kind of noticing that. World. I would want to raise this up and bring it slightly over. And then raise this thing up and slightly over. So that it's more visible on the cam. But yeah, I have a little... I don't know that the gamepad is all that visible. but the keyboard is. But there's supposed to be a small little, like, tablet-like gamepad there near my right hand. And the avatar is supposed to mimic my mouse movement on that little gamepad thing. It's kind of neat. But I don't know how... It doesn't look like it's particularly visible. So, that's unfortunate. Light. Eh? The overlay, the light overlay didn't update when I put the light down. That was weird. Ow. So one other thing I did want to do, and partly the reason why I picked up the Silk Touch pickaxe, is to get more diamonds. I figure that we can use Ars Nouveau's scrying to find some more diamonds. In order to do that, I need to find a block of diamond ore. And of course, because diamonds generally spawn in the deep slate layer, it's probably best to specifically use the deep slate diamond ore. Because otherwise it will only look for regular diamond ore. Ah, this is our amethyst geode. Okay. Lots of amethyst. Lots and lots of amethyst shards. Since I have Altamine, I think I'm gonna grab some of the amethyst blocks around here as well. If I had a way to move the amethyst, the budding amethyst I would probably do that to make that a little easier. You know, to collect the budding amethyst easier. Or rather, the amethyst shards easier. Unfortunately, though, this mod pack, at least as far as I'm aware, does not include a way to move them. With Ars Nouveau added, it does technically add a way to make amethyst, like budding amethyst. Which is kind of neat. So it is something to consider. You know, getting an amethyst golem. So that we can make some budding amethyst. Whoa, frick. Pain. Alright. I just wanted some of the calcite. And, you know, the smooth basalt is kind of nice too. But mining all of that does mean losing a lot of the stairs, you know? Losing a lot of, like, ability to get up onto some of these, like, blocks. So... it wouldn't be difficult to, like, make a new entrance. You know, a new way up. But... it still might be better to not break everything. I say as I, continue to break everything. So, like, I get the irony of, like, maybe I shouldn't break everything. And then I proceed to do just that. It's fine. Like I said, there's ways to, create path up and such. Like this. I don't know what just went badoom. My computer has a tendency to go badoom a lot, though. I mean, clearly it thinks that something is disconnecting. Like, because that's what causes the badoom, but I don't know what is disconnecting when it does that. And I don't get any kind of error that tells me anything. Or any kind of hint to what, it thinks disconnected. If I had any idea, I would look into trying to fix that so that I would stop doing that every freaking stream. But I have no idea where to even begin with fixing that. A single block. Great. I love that. Surely if I small tunnel with Ultimine. Surely I'll find something, right? I mean, 64 blocks. Oh! That was some diamond ore. That was some diamond ore. I believe I mined it around either that one or this one. And there is no other ore. Haha! It was here the whole time. So, if we silk touch, then we get a deep slate diamond ore. And then, if we take that back to Mezior, which I have to figure out how to get back to. Is it that way? I think it's this way. Whoop, I can't ultimine while I have the Ars book in my offhand. Because otherwise it seems to think that I am ultimining with the Ars book. And it can't do that. Sometimes you will find diamond ore by digging out these gigantic blobs of tuff. And so I thought, before we go using Ars Nouveau, to scry and essentially, you know, X-ray I thought I might look around this tuff first. But alas, there was nothing. Now, I don't think I'll ever scry for Deep Slate Gold. But if I do decide to scry for Deep Slate Gold, I will need some. And so I figure that while I immediately have some that I can grab, I might as well grab it. But really though, like, I'll probably just find gold in the nether if I really need to. So I'm not that worried about finding gold. I like, you can see me hit the space bar every time I jump with the V magic mirror. Unfortunately, like I said, it does not look like it does any amount of lip sync. Because I'm looking at the avatar and noticing my mouth does not move. which is kind of unfortunate. I had not realized that prior, unfortunately. I wonder, did my amethyst overflow at all? Apparently carrots overflowed. That's interesting. And I think stone is overflowing. Because I see several batches of that. And I also see the calcite. So I think all of those are overflowing. Yep, and the smooth basalt. Because I know I have a spot for that. So we'll make 3 storage upgrades. One for... I mean, where is it? Smooth basalt. Boop. Where is Colleen stone? I'm surprised, actually, that that isn't... Oh, there's a calcite. I'm surprised that clean stone isn't one of these. In fact, I'm confused why it's not one of these. I feel like I would have done that, but I guess not. Oh, it's in with the diorite and granite and andesite. Weird. But okay. And then carrots seem to be overflowing. So I need another upgrade. And I seem to have enough emeralds. Got 62 more emeralds, so sure. But that does mean that I could go do some carrot trade without too many issues. If I've got that many carrots, you know. Okay, Sherry Lynn is still working on residence. Because she has not finished it yet. Okay. Oh yeah. Let's do this before we end off. Need a manipulation essence, which is redstone, clock, and button. And I think it's even specifically a stone button. I'm gonna need 3 more pedestals and 1 more imbuement chamber. Boop, boop, boop. button, clock, redstone. And then we need a source gem. And boop. Now I'll take it a moment to craft that, obviously, but that's fine. It probably wouldn't hurt to put each to put one of each essence in here. That might be something for me to consider doing at some point, maybe not immediately, but at some point. I don't know if you can get extra seeds. Like, the right click to harvest gives you like 1 seed. Or like it'll use one of the seeds that drop, like when you break, to replant. And I don't know if Mage Bloom seeds can actually give you more than 1 or not. Like, when you break it, obviously it'll always give you the initial. But I don't know if you can ever get more. Hey, Sherry Lynn C. Rayo has completed work on her residence. So once she has a child, then if once she has a kid and then that kid grows up and becomes a fluid manager, then I will go and hire them into the mine. Because of course they'll become a fluid manager. They always do. For some reason. The fluid manager is like always the first. Like it's always the first thing that they become. If fluid manager is available as a job, they will always become a fluid manager. Speaking of potatoes, I do not see any extra poisonous potatoes. So there's that. There is a lot of extra resources in here, though. So there's that. Like, there's 2 extra beds now. There's 1,000 potatoes. And unless the villagers, like, start eating, like, unless they start needing the potatoes, like, I guess I could bump up the food level. Let's bump it up to 0.5. So that way they have a slightly higher chance of, like, that they can get more. Like, they'll use more food, right? So I get hungry faster. I might regret that, just because. Oop, you need a carrot and a potato, I bet. Carrot, potato. Unless you have something other than flu. Which I think there is something else. Nope, it's just flu. That's what I figured. Carrot, potato. But yeah, I have the disease modifier all the way down, so they're very rarely ever going to get sick. I could build a hospital at this point. Marcel R. Chelsea is now living in Mezior. I probably should consider building a hospital. Not that I would have somebody to work at said hospital, but I could build a hospital. And I think even if nobody is working there, they'll still go there. Which in turn would allow me to see when somebody is sick. Because right now it's just kind of like, well, if I see them with the little, you know, sick marker on their heads, then I know that they're sick. But considering where everybody is all across this place, that's not a very good way to know when somebody is ill, you know? This isn't that big of a structure, luckily. Seemingly. And there's only so much that is actually needed. I'm wondering if I could do like the university and contour the ground to it. Because, like, I've never done that. I had never done that prior. And I kind of liked that we were able to do that. Yeah. I mean, it fits right here. I mean, the real question would be at level 5, right? Like, where does it go out to? Because that's what I could do, is build it out to, you know, the level 5 version. And then, like, contour the ground to that. And this is where it ends at. On all sides. And so I need the ground to kind of come down to that. Right? Come down and up to like this location. But it doesn't necessarily need to be perfect so much. Okay, I need to go get some cobblestone and some dirt. Let's do 4 stacks of that. And I'll do 2 stacks of cobblestone. So we know that wherever the ground is going to be, it needs to match up here with this. So like this is the absolute last block that can like be manipulated. I'm thinking what we can do is come down like this. I think it'll be alright if a little bit here is exposed. And then we can bring it down like that. I think that'll look all right. I'm definitely not able to do as much contouring as I was kind of hoping would be available. But I think now that I've done this, I think what I can do is go ahead and knock this bit out. So that's a bit like that. And then definitely want to just do that. I think like that would work best. Not a particularly big fan of having paths do that, but I think it'll look better if I do. Then I worry that this is just like too straight. And I wonder if I should like... You know, just a little bit. Then a little bit like that. I do think that looks better. Bury that block. In fact, we'll bury this block so that it kind of gives a little contouring. And we can do a little bit like this. And then all of this can go. Like just all of that stone. We don't need any of that. Meanwhile, we do have to fill in over here. I think I will bury this block. So we get something like that. And then I'll manipulate the front here a bit more. But prior to that, I want to... Why don't we do this? We can do a little bit of that. And I think that looks a lot better. It's not done yet, but it's better. The tricksy part is over here, where we have this like up and down bit. And so we're gonna want like this. Gonna want something like that. And then maybe a little like that. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think that looks good. And maybe we'll just shave a little bit off over here to match with that. And we can shave off 2 blocks here. Whoopsies. I guess I had not gotten that. Oops. And it's not so much important to properly, you know, get the ground, you know. It's more important just to get the ground to look like it's natural. And for that, I think I want to do like this. And then we want this to be kind of like that. Yeah. 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 I like it. Told you we'd figure this all out at some point. Might not be able to get a perfect 3-block path over here. But we can get a 2-block path without too much issue. Yeah. I like the looks of that. I love trying to place blocks through a 1-pixel gap. Oh. I didn't see this. This is fixable. Without having to retool everything. Ah! I didn't get this layer. Gosh dang it. So many blocks that I thought I got. And, you know, obviously I didn't, but I thought I got the majority of those. There we go. And just like that, we now have a path that goes down and to this residence and over there. Bonk. Little bit of a light spell there since I saw the blue markers. Bonk. Light. Always good to cast light right in the corners. And then from there, we can then come here where things are a little less natural looking. I'll admit. There was less thought put into all of this part. But it's alright. Got to knock out those blocks. Cool. Except for the fact that this is not where that path needs to be. Cool. Because actually that is going to be more courier. So we want that block, we want that path to go like this. For the courier. The question is, then do we want a second path here? Like this? For the university? It feels a little extra, you know? But at the same time, it would match with over here. Because I'm probably going to have to take the path across there. So that we have the hospital here. I think on that note, can do just a little bit of refining here. I don't like the way that looks either way. And then we just come across with a hospital like this. Except that we need to raise the ground here in the front. Which should also help with this, because I can probably modify that to go along here. Because I'm probably just going to fill this all the way in. Like so. Which would allow me to then extend this out. Like so. Whoops. Like that. And then it doesn't have to look so square here, because then I can take it like this. And do a little bit of that. And thus it looks better. And I think I will end the path off right there for now. Because beyond that, I have no idea what the rest is going to look like. But I do think I want to cut that down just a bit. I think it'll look better that way. Cool. And we switch down to level 1 so that we can see where stuff didn't get filled in. Because the level 1 hospital is much smaller. Cool. Yeah, I like that. And then we'll say build it. Oh, right here didn't get filled. And of course, we have to remove the torches, which is going to then make it dark, unfortunately, which I hate. But it should be fine. Frame birch, 30 stripped birch log, 13 birch slab, 43 birch plank, 22 birch fence, 1 cobble, 140 birch stairs for the roof, 54 birch logs, 2 birch doors, and a white bed. Built. I have no idea where all the other dirt in that comes from. Also, because we have this, I want to do a little contouring here as well. And then this doesn't look quite as square. And then maybe a little something like this to make this not feel as square. I mean, it's going to be square. Like, there's nothing I can do about that part. But it can be a little less square, at least. You know? Do I need cobblestone? I need 1 cobblestone. And I need a lot of birch. Birch doors. Birch logs. Lots of stairs. Trying to see what I could do without having to do a lot of extra at first, you know? Actually, you probably have no idea. Because what I said was not exactly sensical. No, stripped birch logs. I do have 5 framed birch in there. I've also got 51 birch stairs. In fact, I actually have a lot of birch logs in here. That it looks like I don't necessarily need. So I will take some of those back. So there's the framed birch. 43 birch plank. Yeah! Total random chance that I just managed to put exactly enough in there at that moment. 22 fences. There were already fences in there. So that's interesting. Let's see. Rain birch, strip birch, birch slab, birch plank, birch fence, cobble, birch log, birch door. It says birch stair and bed. So 140 would be 2 stacks is 128. And 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. That should be 140 stairs. Yes, it is. And then we just need a white bed. Which actually, didn't they have 2 in there already? They did. So now they have an extra. Yet again. Alright, well, that should be enough for them. Like, that should be all the resources that they need for the hospital. So, I guess with that, I just don't have a good way of looking for cobwebs. You know? Like, that's the thing I need. I need to find cobwebs. And I just don't have a really good way of finding those. Like, I'm trying to think of somewhere that could have cobwebs. But the only thing I can think of is going underground and looking for, like, an abandoned mine shaft. Or, you know, something else like something else like that. You know, something that would have cobwebs. A cobweb structure. Because I don't know if there are any biomes in this pack that have cobwebs. Seem to have gotten myself into a small bit of bother here. This just having a really weird, like, bit of generation. I have no idea where I picked that up, by the way. A small bit of bother. Like, I feel like that's a British state, like, saying. You know? But, like, even if it is, I don't know where I would have picked it up. The only, like, British YouTuber that I know of is IBX Toy Cat. And I don't believe I have ever heard him say that. That said, if you do want a British Minecraft player, you know, if you do want to watch a British Minecraft player, you can go check out IBX Toy Cat. He's pretty cool, and he does do, like, news videos and such for, like, the new snapshots. He plays Bedrock the most. So, like, you know, you won't see him play, like, modded. Like, he might do, like, an add-on review on occasion. But he doesn't really do anything, like, modded. And he's not really a multiplayer person. He's actually talked about that quite often. About how he honestly is not big on multiplayer Minecraft. Welcome back. Was the plain does the plain food not agree with you? Airplane food. I've actually never been on an airplane that did airplane food. Like, the most they did was, like, you would get freaking peanuts. Whoops. R.I.P. my freaking mana. Ooh, emeralds. I didn't even know I was in a biome that spawned emerald ore. Boom. I have my doubts that we're going to find any cobwebs in this cave. Considering that the majority of it looks to be underwater. And I do not believe cobwebs survive underwater. Completed the hospital. Where'd he go? There he went. Gosh dang, though. This looks expansive. I don't suppose I see any mines. Nah. Alright. Let's go ahead and climb up out of here. We'll say, and this is not Minecraft related. But I'm kind of annoyed because I ordered like 4 different things that were all marked to arrive on Friday, and 2 of those things have arrived. I honestly have no idea where to look for cobwebs. If I could find any sign of somewhere that I could get cobwebs. But I honestly have no freaking clue. Like, where do cobwebs even, like, spawn? You know? Like, I've only ever actually seen cobwebs spawn in, like, modded structures. I don't think I've ever even seen them, like, spawn legitimately. Other than in, like, an abandoned mine shaft. But I'm not seeing any signs of abandoned mine shafts anywhere. Those cows had no survival instincts. But then, I don't think any Minecraft cows usually do. I don't think most Minecraft animals, like, I don't think they usually react when you kill, you know, other animals nearby. I think they only react when you hit them. Figure I might as well, you know. And these cows don't, like, I'm not going to be able to, like, bring these cows back or anything. So I might as well smack them with a little bit of looting. See what I can get off them. I see it drowned underneath me. At least these trees aren't broken. I wonder if this, though, is the same, like, biome. And maybe, like, I just updated the mod since. Source berries! The trip was worth it for that, you know. If for nothing else, I found source berries. And while 3 source berries may not seem like a lot, 3 source berries can very quickly be grown into many if you know how to do it. said, I do see a carbuncle over here. Excuse me, a starbuncle. And I'm thinking if I do this, I can get some gold because I don't have any nugs. Pop. Starbuncle token. Or, well, yeah, token. The charm is the one that you create. I don't see any other starbuncles on the map. I'm not even sure what these are. Oh, I wonder if those are Whirl of Sprigs. Might go check that. I don't have bone meal though, so I wouldn't really be able to get any of them if it is a if they are Whirl Sprigs. They are Whirl Sprigs. Well, I don't have bone meal, but I have bones. But that only gives me 3. So I will have to hope that 3 bone meal will grow a tree. Ta-da! There was just enough. Unfortunately, I only got 1 token out of that. Which is not great, to be honest. Because if I'm going to use Whirl Sprigs, I'm going to need their charms. Or, actually, yeah, I think I'm going to need their tokens. And for the thread of the Whirl Sprig. And in which case I need 3. So, getting 1 is fine. But it's also not great. I guess I can't see underground because I haven't gone to those specific vertical chunks yet. I do find myself questioning what to do about the cobwebs, though. Like, I need 4 cobwebs. But I legitimately don't know anywhere that cobwebs spawn outside of modded structures. And again, you know, freaking abandoned mine shafts. But I don't think we're going to be finding any of those. Not without going underground. And there does not appear to be a lot of going underground right now. That was a lot of coal. I mean, I guess I do have respiration, but I mean, even so, like, is there really any point to going under, you know, into these like underwater caves? Just a few more blocks. So that wouldn't have been too bad. $224 that way. This way. I really wanted to not have to use the locate command. That's why I got the Explorer's Compass mod added. But like I can't find the cobwebs to find the stuff first, you know? So negative 208. But then like 500 blocks this way. You don't drop cobwebs, do you, spider? They don't. Unfortunately, they don't. Ooh, what's that? Over there. Is that a Minecolonies pirate ship? think that might be a Minecolonies pirate ship. Yep, that is a Minecolonies pirate ship. So this could go really well or really poorly.
I'll be back.
It is a Norseman ship.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Wild and wings. Saddle, rotten flesh, melons, pumpkins. Warms your enemies with bladed spirits? Huh?
Who wants to fight? I'll be back.
Who wants a fight?
Who wants to fight?
Well, it teleported me out. Like, it teleported me away
I'll be back.
from the guy. And RIP to my boat.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
So there are spawners still underneath. Like, still down in this area. But because they're down here,
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
due to the way spawners work, the spawners, could spawn anywhere between, like, they could spawn people above, they could spawn people below. They could spawn people in the water.
I'll be back.
I like the shield maiden saying, "I'll be back," in a gruff male voice. Like, really? No, just no female voice actors? I don't actually know where any more of the spawners are. I feel like there's got to be some somewhere, since they're still spawning. Unless they just spawn randomly. Like, it could be using the same tech as, like, the pillager outposts, where there are no spawners there, but yet mobs will spawn there anyway. But yeah, I don't see any more spawners. And I don't think light levels matter.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Because this boat is actually really well lit up.
I'll be back.
Also, these freaking boats always have this bottom layer just completely flooded like this. Because of how they spawn in. Miner's salad. More tokens, which are nice. Oop, here we go. There's a spawner. Ooh. I got a name tag. Cool. Take those. I don't need. There's plenty of stuff I don't need here. Like that's in my inventory, I mean. I will take some beds. Beds means I don't have to make beds. Wait, were they all coming from that one spawner? Find that a little ridiculous, if true. That's a lot of raw cod. That's a lot of other items that are good to have. I don't need seeds. Yeah, I don't need any of that. Good lord. There's so much stuff. My inventory is just fricked with a bunch of things that I probably don't need. Like, I can get rid of this. Get rid of those. And some of the stuff can stack. And then maybe some more of that stuff can stack.
Who wants to fight?
Who wants to fight? Wild and horns, those are good. Can I store anything? Here, I don't need these carpets. Simulacrum Storm. Unknown whether the original author of the spell survived its first casting, or if she was replaced with one of her simulacrum in the ensuing chaos. Don't think too hard about it. Wow! What the heck kind of spell is that?
I'll be back.
I'll be back. Will you though? I don't think you will, friend. I don't see any spawners directly on the underside.
I'll be back.
Doesn't mean there isn't still a spawner somewhere. I'm just not seeing any at the moment. Nope. That's where I figured one would be. Alright, well, I need to freaking dump my inventory very clearly.
I'll be back.
Because my inventory is fricked. So let's mark as Viking ship. And then we'll come back here to Mezior and dump off our inventory. We got some raw salmon and some tropical fish. Which I don't appear to have left a space for. So we'll put the tropical fish there. And then, I mean, I guess I just try to dump everything and see what goes in and what doesn't. You know? Because eventually my overflow will overflow. And at that point, freaking, we just move on. You know? Ow. I can't even put coal in the system. Holy crap. Like, my coal must be just completely fricked. Yep. I didn't have more storage in there. Which kind of surprised me, but it is what it is. As for source berries, I guess we'll put them there, but I'm also going to have a unique spot for them as a whole. I can't do anything with this gold armor or the end stone because I just don't have spots for those at the moment. I'm surprised I don't have a spot for black wool because I just never picked any up. Why do I have stone in here? I don't quite know. Give me those Wilden horns, though. We'll put them over here. Okay. Stone. My stone is overflowing. But why? That was really weird. There was absolutely no reason for the stone to be overflowing, and yet it was. Prismarine shards can go there. Now we can put the crystals right next to it. Man, I'm just out of overflow storage. Like, that's just how it is. I'm just out of overflow storage. The end stone, I guess I could do this. End stone. There is also a wall. So let's do that. Filtered link cable. ignore. Build tool. And poisonous potato, which I can't put in right now. Because I don't have any poisonous potatoes. Nope, not even in here. That's alright. Okay. Guess we'll go back now to the Viking ship now that I've cleared my inventory. And... Alright, I lost my boat. So, I guess I will... go ahead and do a little bit of that. So that we can get another boat. And that should give us plenty of kelp. Assuming it doesn't sink for some reason. I don't know why some of it is floating and some of it is not. And we continue back to, what was it? Negative 2, it was 200, negative 200, basically. We are at 200, so now it's just getting to negative 200. And that looks like it's going to be in the middle of an iceberg biome. So that's going to be fun. Is there a good way to get down other than just digging straight down? This makes me worried that the abandoned mine shaft is going to be underwater. Like, I'm assuming that can happen. Just like underwater caves. Problem is, maybe at 224 by negative 208. Nope. It was just dark in there. And I have no idea how deep down it is. We'll go down to 35. 35 seems like a good round number. Okay, so this way and this way. Oh, 8. Yeah, I want to go this way. Over here. There it is. Sees it over there. Do I have any idea why 29, why 34? Okay, so I think I'm at the right spot. I just need to work my way over here pretty much. So let's use some small square mining. To help us along. Oop, I found it. So, this is the part where we're gonna discover that we came all this way for nothing. But we did not. Because right away I see cobwebs. And I mean, technically speaking, we only needed 4 of these. But you know what? We made it all the way here. We might as well explore it. And collect as many of the cobwebs here as possible. So that we don't have to... Well, we will hopefully not need to collect any more cobwebs anytime soon. The issue appears to be that was in fact the way down. Which is odd. I don't think I've ever seen a mine shaft do that before, where it didn't have a path down to the next layer. Without, but like that, this is the only like path. So we go down. And trying to think of an easy way to like create a path up. Because I don't have any ladders. Voice crack. Yeah, no, that doesn't make, I can't make enough out of that. Here's what we'll do. Like that. I'll even mark it with a mage light so that we can find it again. I love how spiders can just get stuck to the walls. We will have to go to the ocean monument next stream, because we're already 7 hours in on this stream. But we now do have a way to locate the ocean monument without just using the locate command. Which, you know, I was really trying to avoid using the locate command, but when you need cobwebs, and there's no modded, you know, yeah, I probably wouldn't have been on if I was any good at managing time. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I'm not. And so I continued thinking, oh, you know, I can just go for a few more minutes to finish one task. And now it's freaking 3 hours later. Welcome to ADHD. Monaco. Meow. There you is. Well, surely that's not the entire thing. Hello, kitty cat. Oh, yeah. In fact, there's a spawner there, which I'm gonna assume is a cave spider spawner. Oh, no. This is a dungeon spawner. Huh. There is a dungeon intermixed with this cave, or the thing. Got a little too used to lurking after all these years. You're not the only person that lurks, at least, so it's not that, you know, big of a deal. Like, I don't have issues with lurkers. You know, I do prefer you know, chatting, because that's the main reason I do the streams instead of just recording videos. But I'm not going to be upset at anybody who wants to lurk instead of, you know, be chatty. Sometimes I forget I can. Oop. What the heck? Huh? It's like something was supposed to spawn here and then didn't. Because it like cleared out the space for it. But then there wasn't anything here. That was weird. Goodness, 21 freaking blocks. I don't know that I need most of this stuff. But I'm grabbing it anyway. Yeah. And like, I'll admit that a lot of the time when I'm like watching videos or things, like, I'll just have it on in the background. Also, what are these particles? Like, there's a lot of these particles everywhere. I don't know if I should be concerned. Like, yeah, they're particles, but like, you know, maybe they're meant to denote something. Like, for example, the way that floating gravel has particles. Meow. What? What? No, Nico. Oh, Careful, kitty cat. My cat has been hiding in my mom's room for the last like week. And she's come to my room. Because she is a hungry kitty, that looks like. Give me just a sec. I gave her some more food. Yeah, I'm very much like that. Where like I'll be playing a game, but I'll also have like YouTube running in the background. Like if it's something that I need to concentrate on, like let's say I'm in a dungeon in FF14, like I will stop whatever video I'm watching so that I can like actually focus on the thing at hand. But if I'm like just doing random dailies or playing some other game, because I do sometimes play other games. It's not always FF14. I mean, it might be 90% of the time. But I do play other games when I'm not streaming. It might not be most of the time. Like, I've gotten to this point now where, like, when I, like, look at a video game, I'm like, I could play that, but wouldn't it be more fun if I streamed it? And so then I'm like, well, I don't want to play, this game if I'm going to stream it. And so then I don't play another game. Because, like, what if I decide to stream it? Or, you know, I could end up recording it. But it's still just like, well, I could play that on my own. But like, what if I streamed it instead? Or recorded, you know? And then, because I only like stream 2 games, I only really play a couple of games. And like, you know, I like a lot of old games. And so like, there's part of me that's like, you know, I want to play some older video games, like Quest for Glory. But then I'm like, nobody would watch it. And it's like, well, I could just play it for myself, except that I could also stream. You know? Just, not that it makes you stop and hesitate, just that you would want to stream or record it. Share the experience. Yeah. Ton of games that you would never have played or known about. That you genuinely enjoyed seeing. Yeah, and that's another reason, like, in the, like, maybe I should stream it, you know, like, column, right? Because it's like, you know, I want to experience it, but then maybe there's people who want to see me experience it, you know? And, like, there's a lot of games that I would never have even played, that I was glad that there were streamers, you know, streamers, YouTubers, etc., because I would never have, like, experienced the game otherwise. A good example of that is 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. It is a game that I honestly don't think I would enjoy. But I absolutely loved the game. And, like, it is easily one of, like, my favorite games that I've ever, like, watched somebody do. But I genuinely think that if I had actually, like, tried to play it myself, I would have had no interest. Because it has a, like, tactical tower defense style, like, battle system. And I am absolute trash at those. Whoa. And I think I would have gotten, you know, a couple of hours into it and just been like, okay, frick it. because I'm just so bad at those. And I would just have never been able to complete it. But I was able to watch Nico B play through it. And, like, it's actually a super, like, good game. I just don't think I would be able to play it. I think I would have too much trouble with the tactical tower defense system that is like the main like battle stuff of the game, and that you like have to do in order to complete the game. Like the main like combat mechanic. It's like half combat and then like half visual novel. And it's like really it's like a really good game. Aside from the fact that it's a tower defense type thing. And I would just never be able to get through that part of it. I've also just never been, like, good at hardcore style games, you know? Like, it's just, that's just not my, like, style for, like, playing games. And, like, you know, no shade to anybody who enjoys it, but I don't know. To me, the question is just, why would I want to play a game that makes me angry when I play it, you know? Like, I prefer to have fun playing games, not getting angry at them. It's why I don't play Genshin anymore, even though, like, I'm super stoked that we're finally going into Snezhnaya. Like, I will probably experience it the same way that I did Nodcry, which is simply watching Bwap play through it. Because his videos are fun. You know, watching him go through Genshin is fun. And I don't have to deal with how bad the freaking combat is. Like, I'm just so tired of my level 90 characters getting demolished by level 80 monsters. Like, my level 90 characters should not be coming out of a combat encounter with level 80 enemies and only having like half HP. Like, it just shouldn't be possible. And yet, welcome to Genshin Impact. Like, I have been at world level 5 ever since they introduced the ability to downgrade your world level. And every time I've thought, well, I've gotten better at this game. Surely I could handle, you know, one world level up by now. I upgrade one world level and I get destroyed. And I'm just like, yep, I remember now why I am, like, why I downgraded my world level. Man, this freaking mineshaft is a mess. But I think we have explored all of it at this point. Oh, nope. All I needed to do was say that I thought we had explored all of it. And I find new section. That said, that was a really tiny section. So there is a chance that we have actually explored all of it. So, and if we haven't, I'm not sure that I care enough to keep hunting. Good Lord, you can see that we've just covered so much of it. Does look like there are a couple of other floors below. Like, there's something here, there's something over here. There's something like right here directly underneath me. There's like a section over here. But it doesn't look like most of these are connected in any way. And at this point, I've kind of gotten so lost that I don't even know how to get out of here. So I think we're at the point where it's safe for me to just say that I'm good. Um, because I really don't think we're gonna find much else. I do find it really funny that there's a dungeon right there, though. Looks like we've already been here. We just hadn't, like, been in this tiny area. And there is a way down. So I guess we'll go further down and see what it leads to. I don't think this mine shaft is going to go all the way down into like deep slate layer. In fact, we seem to have just hit the edge of it. Because that was the extent of the down. You know? And I think that what I'm seeing there is above. Yeah, that's above. Like that's up there. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and say that we've pretty well covered everything here. And we got our cobwebs, which was our main goal. And so, I mean, I was going to say, and so we could come back, but we've already done that part, the coming back, you know? We've already come back. Whoopsies. It is the Silkinator. Meow? Kelp. I think I want to put... What? What? What do you want, kitty cat? I'd load up the cat cam, but it's not working right now. I don't know why. Kitty cat. Yeah, Mama's right here. With the new house, she's kind of still unsure of a lot of things. Cobwebs. I guess I'll put those there. It'd be better than putting them in like an overflow. That. There we go. I don't know why it do that. Mine or rail. Rail is the word I was looking for. Activator rail or detector rail. Activator rail. And powered rail. There. Now I have all 4 rails. What? Alright, well, we can now make our explorer's compass. As soon as I actually get the cracked stone bricks out. Which that's an interesting question. I don't think I have a spot for those. We'll just put them in with the decoration blocks. Thank you for the follow, Skanori. Interesting name. Now we have an explorer's compass. And that means we can find an ocean, an ocean monument. And it's not even that far away, apparently. I mean, I guess it is 176 by 2,832. So like way the frick down here. So, yep, that direction. But yeah, I guess we'll try to hit that up next time. This has been an 8-hour stream though, so I think this is where I should end off at. So I hope that you've enjoyed. If you have, feel free to subscribe. If you're watching the VOD, I mean. You can check the playlist for more of the videos. You can come out to twitch.tv/Serene Inc., where these are where some of these have been streamed live. Some of them were done as pre-records, but you know. And I guess with that, I will see you all next time. Marcel wants buckets because she is a fluid manager. So, I guess I should go tell Marcel to not be a fluid manager. Because, isn't she the one, doesn't she live over here? Marcel? She's the one that lives over here, right? She and my other builder, they both live over in this house, right? Because if so, she should be my miner. Yes. So I'm going to set her up as the miner in that case. Oh, hey, look. It's the mine design. Similar, anyway, that I was going for. Alright, see you later.